Morning, Sean. Sorry, I was upstairs grabbing a coffee real quick. Make sure you guys can hear me. All right, you guys should be able to hear me. Let me know if I'm too quiet or too loud. I can adjust the gain on my microphone. Thought I'd just hop on a stream today. I'm kind of having a it's kind of a slower day at work, so I thought I'd hop on stream. So so LLY was moving up pre-market, and then it was up like, I don't know, 0.5%, and then it just got slammed down. But this stock likes to get slammed down like in the morning, and then it reverses throughout the day. That's what I've noticed. It's funny, each stock has its own personality. But hopefully, this is just a whole moving average, HMA. Pretty interesting moving average. Again, it's just a moving average. I don't base my trades off of stuff like this, but usually when the HMA curls up, the first like right here, my magnet. When you see this, when it turns red to green, it typically continues the trend. So you can see here, we just turned green on Friday, and we may be continuing this trend higher. So AMD's making new local highs. Imagine I held on to that option from the 30th. That would have been nice, but it is what it is. We stuck to our plan, made money, and that's it. So, but if anyone's an AMD, congratulations. This thing's been moving up like a monster recently. I mean, even since November, but this month so far for December, AMD's like replicating what we did back in November. So, yeah, so just sitting on LLY. Listen, LLY is a different stock. It's a pharmaceutical health sector stock. So naturally, LLY and other stocks like Gilead and AbbVie, stocks like that, they can perform well, but they don't move like tech. They don't move as if they don't move like AMD or Nvidia, right? So it's just the nature of the beast. Yeah, I thought I'd hop on this morning. Um, I enjoy live streaming just as much as making videos. I think just being able to talk to everyone live is just easier, especially answering questions. So sometimes it's hard to answer questions completely through like the comment section. Um, it would be nice if I had a Discord, but I don't know. I don't know how I would go about creating a Discord because uh, I open myself up to a few risks by creating a Discord. One with bots and scammers. So I'd have to figure out something. I think the only way I'd be able to do a Discord is by putting up like a $5 or $10 paywall, you know, and you pay like $10 a month or $5 a month to be part of the community to get like premium content. But I don't think I'm gonna do that. I'd rather just give out everything for free. I'd rather you guys save your money and put it towards trading. So yeah, watching LLY looks like it's gonna start turning up here. Let me look at the volume. Nice bottom wick. Big move up on this 5 minute candle with good volume. Let's see if we turn around. If you haven't checked out the whole moving average, it's a pretty cool moving average. I've used it in the past. Um, Before like I started really looking at like statistical trading, I found the HMA as like one of the best, but like best technical like moving average indicators. But again, it could still be spotty. Because like if you see here, like it turns green, and then after technically like you would enter for this moving average, like let's say you know it turns green on July 19th right here, and you enter at the end of the day, then the next day it went up 2%. But then it started rolling back. But this is where like having a trading plan helps because like let's say you entered on the signal turning green And let's say you want to hold it for 30 days as if it's like a monthly trade. Well, if you held this for 30 days, you would have went up uh 21% just by triggering, entering on this signal. So that's why it's important to have like a time dependent strategy, like a time dependent trade plan, entry and exit. Because a lot of times, you get great signals, you get good indicators, you get good entry opportunities, but the last variable is time, letting the trade run, letting it breathe a little bit and do its thing. Time is probably your best friend in the stock market, and time is your best friend as a long term investor. So tomorrow, I kind of failed to mention this on my live stream yesterday. I will bring this up here. Tomorrow, so this is just an economic calendar. We got some big stuff coming up, and I think this is why the market's kind of, down and flat. I mean, a lot of stuff's actually down today. Um, LOY is taking the least of the down hit. AMD and Netflix are up. But we have CPI coming out tomorrow morning at 8:30, so I'll be up bright and early for that one. I may even stream that one. Uh, I don't know if you guys are interested in like a CPI live stream. We could do that. Um, I could hop on at like 8 o'clock, 8:15 or something. Probably like 8 o'clock to make sure everyone gets in, and we could chat away about CPI. Because this is important, right? Like you should always look at. I know I do a lot of statistical stuff like this and back testing, but I look at this stuff too. This is very important, and it could be a good catalyst for a bullish month, or it could be this could make or break you CPI, right? So there's a good site actually if you want to know. I can give you a little bit of a free site. I love free resources. You guys, I don't know if you've noticed, but it's a reoccurring theme. Love free resources. But there's this website called Trueflation. I think it's a cryptocurrency, I think. Let me see. Trueflation. Yeah, Trueflation coin. Looks like a swap. But it shows live inflation data. And oh no, did they change it? Oh god. Do you have to make an account now to get this? I haven't been on this site in a while, so hold on, let me see something. Trueflation premium and free. No. But this site would give me, well, I guess I could look at it through here. Year to date. Yeah, you used to be able to like go to like the monthly chart. Aggregated. I could make an account. I think it's free. But I could just look at it from here. So we're looking at CPI for November. If we look at the starting date of inflation, actually, I want the, what is this, aggregated? I want the month over month. Let me make an account. Okay. I think it's, give me US inflation rate. Just make sure none of my personal information is being listed on here. Okay. Okay, so inflation has been moving up. So what I do is I come to this website, and right now you can see inflation is being listed as 3.07 currently, and the government's reporting 3.2. So this gives you day-to-day inflation data. So we're looking at November for CPI. So I can get a good idea of what the CPI number is going to be by using this website. And I've used it before. And it's actually like decently accurate. So if I see like a dip for like, let's say the month of October, well, then we'll probably see a dip in this data when it releases. I mean, it's not 100% accurate, but we can see here on October 31st, the inflation rate was 2.74. So keep that number in your head. And then go to the end of November. Inflation's 2.94. So if I just do a little simple math here, 2.94 minus 2.74 divided by 2.74, inflation's going to rise. We may get a rise of 7% month over month on inflation. Okay, so 2.94, but it may come in lower. So 7.2% increase in inflation. So that's the rate of change. I just took the rate. So now all I have to do is see what the previous number was, the year over year number, 3.2, and do this number times 3.2. Oh wait, hold on. We take this number times plus 1. Should have done that. Plus 1 times 3.2. So inflation may come in at like 3.4. So inflation may rise a little bit on this number, which could be a bearish sign for the stock market, and maybe that's why we're seeing a little bit of profit taking today, a little bit sell off. So this inflation data, just because inflation's been going down doesn't mean it's going to continue going down. We can have a little surprise number and it goes back up. One of the easiest ways to tell if inflation's going up is by looking at oil or energy prices, and energy prices continued to fall throughout November, which means gas prices have become cheaper. So there's a good chance that, because of energy prices continuing to decline, which they have been. By me, gas is like $3.15, I think. $3.10. It hasn't been that low in a while. Since like pre-COVID or, during COVID. So we could see, that help ease the inflation rate, and give us a lower number. But food prices, a lot of that stuff, I'm pretty sure this breaks out. So you can see food and beverages like gone up. They went up in November. So like the past year, food and non-alcoholic beverages have been falling. And then in November, it kind of like tapered out. Even in October, it kind of troughed and it's been moving back up slightly. So, and then like housing continued to fall. You can go by each category. Pretty cool, pretty neat site. I highly recommend checking out Trueflation. It's completely free. You just need to set up an account, and that's it. You used to not be able to set up an account. You could just go right to the site and do your research, but now they want you to be a member. All right, now we're down 2%. We're getting hit pretty heavy today. You guys want to see this number? This is going to be painful to look at. Down 29% on this option. Yikes. But you know what? I'm not stressed because my risk is already managed for this trade. The money I put into this trade, I'm willing to lose. So it's not like I'm flipping out right now. Oh my God, my contract's down 28%. I got to get the hell out. Like, no, like, I'm cool. Staying with the market. Let the market do its thing. But this is a pretty heavy sell. Oh my gosh, it keeps going. Ironically, the Qs are up. The Q's up 0.3%, but a lot of big tech is down. So there's a little bit of a divergence going on right now. The only one that's up is AMD and Netflix, out of the big tech stocks. Nvidia, Apple, Amazon, Google, which are like bigger than Netflix and AMD, they're down. So it looks like things were like starting to curl up here. Get rid of this volume. Get rid of this. It's funny, like this indicator, right? It'll flash green, which is technically a buy signal, and every time I go to use it or I reference it, oh, it turned green right here. Like it literally turned green right here on Friday, and it gets slammed down. It's like, of course, the second I look at the indicator, it doesn't work. That's usually how it works. Oh my gosh, this thing keeps getting pummeled. Which are we down now? I think we're down over $1,000 on the day. Yep, 32%. We went from like 10% up this morning down to 30% down. Welcome to options. This is why people get hurt with options, because you can. It's funny, like some days you feel like the smartest guy in the world, and then other days you feel like a complete idiot. That's what the markets do to you. But you need to have like the mental fortitude to just block out all that type of thinking and just say, no, this is. I have a plan. I have statistics to back up my plan. I'm doing it, and one day like this isn't gonna shake me, or 1 week of down pressure isn't gonna shake me, because my risk is managed, my plan is established, my back testing is solid. That's it. That's all you can do. So prepare to light it on fire and wave goodbye. Yeah, could be. I mean, listen, no one knows when something's gonna drop majorly. This is profit taking for CPI. I mean, if you look at like, I mean, AMD keeps going higher. It's funny, AMD's going up today. Look at the averages. They're like the Qs are up. So they're putting a lot of money into the smaller caps right now. I should have like a Russell 2000. But let's look at the RUT. Russell's down. Okay. So the smaller caps are down. I should really add this to my list. But I'm not worried about LOY. If I were worried about it, I'd be out of the trade by now. I'm not worried because I have good risk management in place already. Um, Plus, like LOY is it has a lot of choppy price action. I mean, look at the amount of bottom wicks on this chart. Like all bottom wicks right here. And you can see it's doing the same thing. All bottom wicks. So, and look, we're almost like halfway back up from where we wicked. So that's it, man. That's the nature of the market. It flips on a dime. We got LOY on the 5 minute. Let's look at AMD on the 5 minute. Look at that. Beautiful. See, now we're only down 20%. Only down $600. See how fast things come back? That's why watching the markets and watching every single tick can be detrimental, especially to your trading psychology. I think it's a big reason why scalpers and day traders, well, ones that are trying to be profitable, scalpers and day traders have a difficult time, because when you start looking at the market on even on a daily time frame, you're getting caught up in a lot of that random price action. Big tech profit taking, yeah, it seems like it. Definitely seems like it. Not AMD though. Not AMD. The the stock market gods knew that I exited my trade for November in AMD, and then they ripped it even higher. They're like, yeah, swing edge is out, rip it higher. Just joking. Man, this thing's on a tear. New local highs on AMD were just hit, but it hasn't made its all-time high, so it's got quite a ways to go. Well, not quite a ways, but a little bit more. A little bit more price action to the upside to reach that high. Let's look at Nvidia. So Nvidia turned green on the HMA. You can see every time it turns green, and this is a 20 HMA, whole moving average. You can see as soon as it turns green, it goes higher. But you can have fake false signals here, right? You turn green and it slams back down. That's why you can't just use this indicator on its own. You know, I think coupling something like this and with seasonality will put the odds in your favor. You can also look at the MACD. We're using all the indicators today. I know some of you guys like looking at these indicators, so, and I find them interesting too, but I just don't use them for trading. It's more of a reference type of thing. Let's look at Netflix. So Netflix is going to be my next trade. You can see I already have it marked out here. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Okay. So when I'm in Netflix, we're going to have earnings. So January could be a make or break month for me, especially with earnings in the middle of it. Who knows? I went with ABT. Was that Abbott, right? Abbott for December. I bought one contract down 51 cents. We can take a look at it. Abbott. You're still down on this trade? How far is it up? Let me see. Yeah, only 1%. It's up today though. You're outperforming, so that's a good sign. We can look at it on here. So the past 5 years, Abbott's been doing really well in December, and it's been doing well. I'd say just give it time. Just give it time. As long as your duration's good, like if you enter on 45 DTE or a higher DTE, I think it should be okay. I think patience will probably be your best friend in this one. I wouldn't worry about like the MACD or anything turning red. It's all baloney. But listen, there's a chance it may not happen, right? There's a reason why this is 80% and not 100%. And even if it were 100% on seasonality, it could still go down. So, but I just wait. I think patience is your best friend, and you got plenty of time. If you're holding this trade, if you plan on holding ABT until December 29th, you still got some time. So, and it's a health stock. It's a healthcare sector stock. These stocks don't move as largely as AMD or Nvidia. It's just tech. This week is filled with economic news, bond action, CPI, PPI, Fed, retail. Yeah, I'm gonna look at the rest of the week now that you mentioned that. Yeah, so we got bond auctions, which the bond auctions are, I mean, they can move the markets, but they usually don't. CPI is gonna be huge. PPI. I mean, once CPI is out, PPI out. PPI isn't as important. I mean, it is important. It can give you a signal as to what's going to happen with CPI. Sometimes PPI comes out before CPI. It just depends on the month. Let's see what else we got. Oh, then we got interest rate projections. Yep. So tomorrow and Wednesday are going to be huge. And here's the thing: you're going to see volatility no matter if this data and decision is good and bullish for the markets. You're going to see volatility in these stocks. A lot of bottom wicks, a lot of top wicks. Like, just if you're in a position and you're willing to hold through and you have your risk managed off the bat, like you managed your risk before you entered the trade, ride out the volatility and just stay patient. Keep your eyes on the prize, look at the big picture, don't get caught up in the day to day, even the week to week action. And guess what? If it doesn't work out, there's next month. Like, you just move on to the next month. You lick your wounds. Hopefully you don't get hurt too bad if you manage your risk correctly, and that's it. That's all you can do in the stock market. I mean, at some point, the stock market is random. So, picked a good one for December, ABBV, then chicken down, got out on Friday. Yeah, I think I looked at that yesterday on stream with someone else. And this one, oh my gosh, it's up even more. I'm kind of jealous. I mean, you're probably even more jealous that you got out, but hey, you know what? It's a winning trade. Like, you should never complain about making money. So if you got out, profit, hey, you did a good job. Like, you're doing better than 95% of stock traders out there. So, but yeah, this thing moved up. Wow. Wow. I was surprised by the dividend yield on AbbVie, 4.15%. Pretty good. But I think it was this one and Gilead, GLD. I forgot which ticker it is, Gilead. Guild. This one too. This one moved up a bunch as well. So if you compare these, Gilead and AbbVie, to LLY, LLY is underperforming right now. So I think that we have to get this market data or this economic data out of the way. So pretty much by Wednesday, end of Wednesday, going into Thursday, Friday, whichever way the market moves by like Friday or Thursday, you'll have a pretty good idea of how the rest of the month's going to pan out, I think. Unless something, some other news related event occurs, right? There's always that possibility, a new war breaks out, some geopolitical something happens. That's why using indicators and stuff and even statistics, using this, it's only so good. Some catastrophic event can happen out of nowhere and dump the markets. That's it. That's how it works. So I took profit on a long call, including LLY, made money, will re-enter next week. Nice. Yeah, I think the first day, so like I entered LLY on the 30th, end of day on the 30th. And after, like, the next day, it went up 1.85% from where I entered, and my position was up like 30%. I was up like $1,000, and then we dipped, went back up, and now we're dipping again. So just gotta stay patient. This is why I like swing trading, because you have a lot more time to think. It's a lot less stressful. It's almost as if you're setting and forgetting the trade, although you can never forget the trade. It's kind of hard to do that. Yes, I do have a long-term portfolio. Also read another statistic about the days of the month. with the highest moves. It includes the last 4 days of the month, so I got back in the 27th. I need to. Yeah, so there's people who do this type of trading, but they're even more specific as to when they enter. So uh they'll enter on like the fourth day of the trading month or something, and then sell on like you know the second to last day. Some people use seasonality as like a day to day indicator. Um, I don't. I think that just makes it too complicated. But people do it, and they swear by it. I just don't do it. But if you find value in it, go for it. Let's check the Qs. The Qs are about to make new local highs here. HMA turned green. Very close to all-time highs. I mean, this thing looks. Let's put this on like a weekly so we can get a better view. We'll take off this indicator. This looks like went up, kind of consolidated for a few weeks, and yeah, this is waiting. This market is waiting on this data right here, CPI and the FOMC. That's it. So once we get through this data, whichever way the market moves, that's where it moves. There's a good chance that we come down. There's a good chance that we get into here, get into this little top zone, right? And the sellers start to come in and push this thing back down. And then maybe we'll go higher from there. So, who knows? It's either that or we rip right through it, by this week or next week. Meta down 3%. Yep. Let's see Meta. Meta never made a new high, huh? I thought Meta went to all-time highs already. Seems like the HMA works well on Meta too. Except for up here. What's the volume looking like? You are sitting on top of, if you want to use levels here. Kind of came below this and then shot right back up into it. So again, I think a lot of this is depending on this data. So we won't have a good idea until like where the market's gonna go until the end of this week. Okay, now I'm up on my ABT. Yeah? Let me see. Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean it's only up 1%. Let's see. I'm assuming you entered on the 30th at the end of the day. You would only be up 1.12%. But if you were still down, then that's due to theta or implied volatility. Both. A mixture of both. 11 days of theta decay is enough to affect your position. Forgot the sector. What I kind of want to do is use a benchmark to see how well I'm performing against like the overall market. Forgot which. I forgot the healthcare sector. Uh, Spider. Let's see. XLE, healthcare, XLV. Here we are. So this is XLV, Spider Select Sector Fund Healthcare. Um, you can see so far it's been outperforming my trade 1.15. So yeah, LOY is underperforming so far. LLY may be trying to turn around here. AMD continues to go higher. Meta's getting drilled. Microsoft dumped pre-market and then just stayed flat. Now it's trying to curl back higher. We may recover a little bit. I've been noticing in the morning we dump and then we recover by like 12, 1 o'clock. It's been happening a lot, especially with LLY. So it's like dump in the morning, it's like profit taking in the morning, and then buy back up throughout the day. Amazon's going lower. Apple. Nvidia's going lower. LLY is trying to move up. We're chilling. See how our position's doing. Still down 20%. So I may close out LOY a few days early. I mean, the stock market's closed on the 25th. I think it opens back up on the 26th. I have to look at the holidays for the stock market. But so like options, at least for TD Ameritrade, I think they settle T plus 2. So if I sell, let's say I sell LOY on the 29th, as I usually do for each of my stocks for each month, the trade won't settle in my books until like, well, in this case, it wouldn't be the first because that's New Year's. I don't think it settles until like the 3rd of January. So I may sell LLY a little early, um, just so I don't have unrealized gains open into the new year. It just simplifies my taxes a little bit. So I may close out LLY by like, let's say the 26th or the 27th. Because then that would give me like 2 or 3 days for the trade to settle in my books. So by the time my statements are printed from TD Ameritrade, I don't have any open positions into the new year. And then I would enter my new trade on the first trading day of the year. So I may do that. AVGO is having a banner day. Let's go see AVGO. Very nice. Wow, this stock's at $1,000. Holy moly. Oh yeah. Wow. This one was definitely hard to catch. This is FOMO. This is chasing right here. If you're trading this, you're chasing. But hey, it could still go higher. I mean, it's a semiconductor. Semiconductors have been ripping, like AMD, AVGO, evidently now. Price target of 10, 15, truest. Well, they're about there. They're only 25 bucks away. AVGO gives a nice dividend too. For a semiconductor company, that's a nice dividend. I mean, like AMD and Nvidia don't give dividends like that. Yeah, this thing has been ripping. You can see I was back here. I was doing something with it back here. Looking at AVGO. Oh yeah. Yeah, it looks good actually on the weekly. Come up a little consolidation, little test of basically you tested the local highs from back here. See that? So you had resistance, you broke through, you retested. That old resistance turns into new support. You bounced higher. Beautiful trade. That would have been a nice trade. Plus, what's the seasonality on AVGO? See if you can couple seasonality with a break and retest. AVGO. I don't think December was a no. So December, the past 5. Now I always take the slider and go one year back because it's including 2023 December, and obviously December for this year hasn't completed. We're still in it, so I just tick it back. So the past 5 years, AVGO has gone up 100% of the time in December and November. So I'm starting to think about going with stocks that have more recent seasonality because the win rate theoretically is higher, but you're not getting a large sample size. So you could, just because something's gone up 100% of the time in the last 5 months or 5 years doesn't mean it's going to happen this time. But, I think I can get higher probability trades by going with a shorter sample size in terms of seasonality, but it's risky because just because, like, 5 years here, the next 5 years from now may be 0% win. So that's why I like to use large sample sizes because it typically gives you a better idea. Another method is to just look at the 5 year like this and just slide the whole 5 years back and just look at it. You can see 5 years back from 2009 to 2013 was only 60%. Not that great. So recently, the stock has been doing better in December. Nice trade, 5%. Looks like we're trying to move higher here. Check our position. 20% down. 610 call. We were at 600 bucks this morning and then it gets slammed down. Look at that bottom wick. And another thing with the HMA, you want to see closes above the HMA if you're bullish. If you're bearish, you want to see closes below the HMA. The HMA is like a midline of price. That's like, I've done a lot of research on this indicator from Alan Hole himself, and basically he says you want to see the price be closing above this line. That gives you a good idea. And like if it comes down into the line, it's a good buying opportunity. So basically, it's a special moving average. but it doesn't always work. No indicator works all the time, but I think it's like one of the best. But like, if you have a choppy market and you're trying to use this indicator, forget it. You know, you're just gonna lose money. Um, AMD, man. AMD has been on a tear recently. I was trying to trade AMD back here, thinking it would go higher, and I was losing money on calls throughout all these months during summer on AMD. And you could see it. They pushed it down, they squeezed it, and then it broke out. At least we caught this. Nice 23% move in 1 month. I would say that's pretty good. And then we're almost up 10% this month so far. No, last night I was thinking about this. I'm like, I was comparing day trading to swing trading in my own head, like the pros and cons. And I think there's really no argument for, or there's really no argument for day trading being better than swing trading. I think swing trading is way better than day trading. I think it's way better. And yes, you can make a lot of money day trading and scalping if you know how to do it and you're good at it. But you can make the same amount of money, if not more, day trading, or I mean, swing trading, and you free up your time. Like time is your most valuable asset, believe it or not. But if I can make an extra, let's say $3,000 a month from swing trading, and then not have to sit in front of my computer trading like a scalper or day trader does, I can go, you know, start a business on the side while swing trading. Like you're able, like swing trading is just another form of income, and then you're able to focus more time into something else. Um, but like day trading and scalping, you have to sit there all day and just wait for opportunities. Swing trading, it's like, you know, put on the trade and, set your plan up and that's it. Sit back, and focus on other things. So just because of that aspect of swing trading, being able to walk away from the computer while having a trade on, I think that just makes swing trading better automatically. And also, swing trading is easier to make money. It's easier to make money with swing trading than day trading. And then if you factor in the commissions with swing trading, swing trading, you're not getting killed with commissions. Day trading and scalping, you get killed with positions. It's horrible. Like I used to scalp and day trade, and man, the commissions, it just made you shake your head by the amount of commissions you pay. It's not good. And that's why like TD Ameritrade and a lot of brokerage platforms, they promote the whole idea of day trading because they want you to trade more. They don't care if you make money or lose money. As long as you're clicking the buttons, buying and selling, they're happy because they're just taking a little sliver of your action. So so even like exchanges and brokerages, you got to be skeptical of them. Even if they seem like they're your friend, be careful. That's why a lot of these like not even the prop firms, but like just normal like I don't know what's a popular bro like trade station. I've seen that one pop up a lot. Um Weeble, a lot of these exchanges, which I'm not saying, or a lot of these brokerages, I'm not saying that they're bad, but that's why they sponsor a lot of the day traders on YouTube. Like, oh, get one free stock when you sign up for Weeble. They they do that. They pay YouTubers because they know they're gonna make so much money, so much profit by getting you guys to just day trade through their platform, and they're gonna eat you alive with commissions. So everyone's got their angle. Like everyone's got a scheme. Everyone's got their angle. That's how it works. Um, I don't have an angle. I don't think I do. I'll let you know if I do get an angle on you guys, but that's not my objective. Oh man, how many more days do we have until we get out? Let's say I close out the trade on the 27th. What do we have? One, but we do have days off. I think the only day off we have is the 25th. Sometimes I do like a half day on the 26th. I have to see what the. Let's look up New York Stock Exchange holiday. Get a good idea. Okay. So just the 25th. That's all we have off. And then of course the New Year's we have off. So Monday and Monday. Going back down, I think. Yep. AMD's trying to push higher. Let's check the Qs. So the NASDAQ composite is down, but the Qs are up. SPX is flat. Yeah, so this is going to be a very flat day. So would you guys be interested in a CPI stream tomorrow morning? I can get on around like 8 o'clock. Do like a 8 to 9 o'clock stream. Uh, Although I may not be able to do it because I may be busy with work tomorrow morning. So uh, I don't know. Maybe I can't do it. I would be away from home potentially tomorrow. See which other stocks are doing well today. Yeah, I'll let you know. Um, I'll see. Would be good to do a CPI stream. It's either gonna be crazy or lackluster. It's just gonna be like nothing burger. Um, You'll either see me make a lot of money or lose a lot of money. I don't know, but I might not be able to make it to the stream because work responsibilities. If that weren't hanging over my head, I'd definitely do a live stream tomorrow morning, but we will see. Netflix is gonna be my next trade, and I want to see it stay below pretty much 480. If it stays below 480 by the time I get in, I'll be a happy camper. You can see 480 coincidentally is support from 2020. See that? It's actually acted as resistance recently twice. Resistance, resistance, right? And then you have all the support back here. So if this thing breaks out in the month of January, breaks above 480, we could potentially have a really good month for January. And on top of that, if earnings are good for Netflix, which I think they will be, their earnings have been good recently. Like Netflix has been doing well. I mean, they've been beating their earnings. Their revenue has been missing slightly, but their forward guidance has been good. So, and I think Netflix is seasonally strong, of course, in January. And that seasonality, that strong seasonality, can be because of the earnings for each January. So we will see. You never know until the end of the month. AMD is almost up 4% now. Holy moly! What's AVGO at? Lawrence, are you in AVGO? Is that why you're talking about it, or you just saw it on your screener? Wow. AVGO is about to make a new high. Or I think it already did make a new high. It did. Wow. New 52-week high. Oh man. Down 31%. Net liquidity on this trade is $2,090. This was just a beautiful, beautiful price action. AMD. Meanwhile at LLY, just hanging out here. I'm gonna take my microphone and switch it over to this side. I gotta do a couple things for normal work right now, so. Not much volume today, only XLK, XLC trending up. Yeah. Let's see. Well, volume's pretty high for LLY today. Let's see, let's just go to SPY. Good old SPY. Yeah, volume is quite low. Although we're only about an hour and 20 minutes into the session. You can get a good idea of the volume by looking at like a 15-minute. Just looking at it compared to other days. Yeah, volume's pretty low. It's lower. Yeah, there's a lot of waiting going on right now. Waiting on those numbers for tomorrow and Wednesday. Yep. Yeah, Monday. Yep, you're right. Looks like LOY is gonna go lower here. Taking more of my money. That's alright. Harold, I'm not gonna say how much I risk on my account, but uh, yes, I am risking like not a lot of my account, but good enough that it makes the trading strategy worthwhile. Let me put it that way. I don't want to like put out percentages on how much I risk because if someone else does the same as what I do in terms of risk and they lose money, I don't want to be like blamed saying, "Oh, well, you risked this much, it should have been okay." Like I don't want to play that type of game. So, but I risk, an okay amount of my account per trade. And the amount I risk is based off of research too. So I already have my risk to reward calculated. I kind of have a good idea of what my win rate is, my risk to reward. So based off of that, that's how much I risk on my account. I know my max drawdown, I know my risk of ruin, I know all that stuff. So and that number is going to be different for everyone, you know. And a lot of it has to do with the preference, how you like to trade, how much risk you're willing to take, that sort of thing. I guess I could put the amount I risk. I could put it this way: if I lost 100% of this position, I'd still be okay. I'd be okay for a long time. So I'll put it that way. That kind of gives you a decent idea. Sorry, guys. I'm just working on something in the background right now, so I apologize if I'm not communicating as much currently. But I'll try to be back with you guys shortly. I'm still here, so if anyone chats, I'll probably respond, but I'm not actively thinking and looking at things on my screen. Usually, if I don't have anything going on for regular work, I'll be rambling on about something to you guys. So try to keep you guys entertained. Uh, what I do need is more coffee and some breakfast. It's a little late for breakfast, but I'm not a big morning eater. Never was. This. Okay, that looks good. Maybe if we get bored in a little bit, I may trade futures. Well, paper futures. It's like one of my side hobbies. Just trade paper money on futures like NDQ or Nasdaq, NQ. I think I did that like last stream or two streams ago. But but then my thumbnail won't be accurate. I'll be false advertising because I'll be showing fake P&L. What's the fun in that? That's not right. I don't want to be like the rest of these guys on YouTube that lie. All right, so we got that, got that. Man, we are getting pummeled today. I was really hoping today would be a good day, but now look at that, the HMA turned red. Wow, that's a dump. All the way back down. So I'd say today's not a good day. I think it's safe to say that now. Usually you get that like 10:30 reversal. Ain't getting that today. It's just down, down, down all day. Did ABT go higher? Let me see. Oh yeah. Nice. Congrats. It's a nice trade. Let me see. Yeah, so now you're almost up 2%. Nice. Doing way better than LLY today. Look at that, down 42% on my position. See how like one day like this can just wipe you out? That's why people don't like options, because it's like, oh, I'm going up, doing good, I'm up 20%, and then all of a sudden you're down 50% or 42% in one day, in one morning. You really you need a stomach to do this type of, I mean, any sort of trading, but you need a stomach to handle the ups and downs. It really messes with you psychologically over time. Um, so you gotta be like a robot. You literally gotta act like a robot. We are now down 4% on LLY. They're squeezing me out. They're trying to make me dump. Some buys for me today. ATN, NVO, VG. Have a great day. Thanks. See you, Sean. Goodbyes. Goodbyes and goodbye. Almost gonna be with you guys soon. I think I'm gonna grab a coffee in a little bit. Grab something to eat upstairs, come back down. Have a working breakfast. Today is, man, it is a rough day. Down 4% on LLY. This is actually one of the biggest dumps we've had since November 9th. So, making new lows here. Almost down 50% on our position. Yeah, the last time we had a dump this bad was like technically November 15th, but November 9th as well. Yeah, so pretty much I think with this price action now, and I wasn't really expecting this to dump this hard today, but it did, so it is what it is. But I think after tomorrow and Wednesday, so pretty much by Thursday and Friday of this week, whichever way the price continues to go, um, that's pretty much going to be the deciding factor for the month. So, you know, pretty much by the end of this week, I think I'm going to know if this is going to be a winner or a loser. And right now, it's siding on the losing side. We may lose this month, so it is what it is. Uh, Move on to the next month. That's all you can do. Um, it sucks. I'd rather us lose 4% overnight on a gap down, wake up to it, than the one thing I hate is when you open up green and then all of a sudden it just gets slammed down like this during the trading session. I don't like when that happens. It pisses me off. But it's just one day, just 1 month. And you know what? We may. It's still. Now I'm coping a little bit. We may bottom wick this, so who knows? We'll see how the rest of the day pans out. But yeah, I think this market data, this market is waiting on the economic data to come out tomorrow. So Also, the S&P is trying to make for seven. Yeah, yeah, I know that the markets S&P moved up 6 weeks in a row so far. I was looking at that before I got on stream this morning. I was like, oh my god, look at this. One, two, three, four, five, six. Technically on to seven. But you know what they say, what goes up must come down. So whoever they is. You know. But yeah, this thing moved up quite a bit. I don't think I have to do anything there. Let's save that. Yep, this market ran up a lot. And you know what, this the November move took people by surprise. So November, a lot of like big money wasn't in that. Well, I guess big money did move up the market, but a lot of guys, they were on the sidelines. And now we had a nice month in November and they're kind of getting the FOMO and trying to get back in. Oh my god, dude. LLY is almost down 5% now. Man, this thing keeps going down. What the hell is going on? Wow. Like, who could have predicted this, right? That just shows you how random the stock market is. No matter what indicator you have, you know, all you have are probabilities, and it's called probabilities for a reason. You know, there's a probability you may make money, and then there's the probability you don't make money. It's binary. You're either right or you're wrong. But this is a lot of selling. Almost went down 4.5%. So we're having one of the worst days for LLY since November. But who knows? You may go down 4.5%, and then look, it goes up 2% in 2 days. You know, I think a lot of this comes down to the economic data releasing this week. And Eli Lilly itself, the company is fine. Um, they just announced a dividend increase of 15%, which is quite bullish. So it tells you that the company's doing well. Financially, they're doing well. Um, so this is a market type of move. This is something related to the overall market. LOY is actually one of the biggest losers on my list for today, ironically. It's funny how that works. 550 looks to make sense for LOI for price support. See if the bulls can get anywhere. However, our options may be toast. Probably. Maybe. You never know. Like, you never know. Like, half of this candle body may get wicked and bought back up by the end of the day. I may try to stream the entire day just to see. Look at that. Oh my gosh. The 5 minutes hilarious. It's just like every 5 minute candle is just getting pounded down, just all red. Like, that's a lot of selling right there. And the volume's increasing into it. It's a little bit of panic selling. We'll see this, we'll see the reaction here. 550. Let's look at 550. Oh yeah, 550 is where we bottomed out last time. Do have a gap right here. Right there. No one knows what's gonna happen. I don't even know what's gonna happen. Right? Like, I just use history as an indication. And people say, yeah, history, doesn't guarantee future returns, but what do you think all big money managers are doing? What do you think people do with their 401ks when they invest each month? The reason why people put money into their retirement accounts because historically, they're based on history, the S&P or the stock market goes up. So when people say, "Oh, you can't use history as an indication," that's BS because that's all we have as an indication. That's what indicators are based on. That's what seasonality is based on. That's what, Warren Buffett, that's what his strategy is based on, history. When a stock sells off, but the company's good, historically it goes back up. That's all you have. So, yeah, I'm looking at this too, what you're looking at. You do have this little gap right here, so we could be coming into this gap. But we'll see, it could be short-lived. But today's a rough day. All right, I think this is good. So get rid of that. But like today's a perfect example as to why indicators don't work. HMA flash screen, right? If we look at the MACD, oh, I already have a. Oh no, okay, let me just get rid of that. Like the MACD looked like it was losing sell momentum and going up. Nope, just got slammed down. Just shows you that indicators don't work. The one kerfuffle I have with LLY is on like a 5-year basis. It's only gone up 60% of the time in December. But this stock's been around for a while, since like the 90s. Maybe we'll go to like a 10-year. So it's done well. Eh. Just gotta trust in your gut, trust in your data. That's it. And most trading YouTubers who aren't transparent wouldn't be talking about their position like this right now. They'd act like oh yeah, I closed it out yesterday for a profit. They just lie. A lot of the trading YouTubers, that like just seem like they're perfect and they can't do no wrong. A lot of them are how should I say it? They're pathological liars. Um, or like pretty much psychopaths because they just they'll say anything to convince you. They won't show you a 50% loss like this. So it's going to be interesting over time as I keep running this channel. When I have like a string of losing months, people are going to come and go, But I know that if I stick to my strategy, I'm going to make a lot of money. And that's why, whichever, you can't just copy someone's strategy because if you don't know what the performance is over time, then you're not going to have a lot of belief in it and you'll just throw it out and go to the next strategy or try to find something else. So that's why it's so important to just go out on your own a little bit and figure things out your own way and backtest and log data, your own data. That's how you convince yourself to stay in a trade. Because if I were in this trade right now and I didn't have data to back up its performance and potential, I'd probably be freaking out right now closing out the trade. Especially if my risk wasn't managed correctly. But it is what it is, and I know the probabilities and the risk to reward on this trade, and that's it. Just sit back and let the market do the rest of the work. I thought I saved this already. But man. But if you look at, it's funny, if you look out from like far away, look at the big picture, right? And like we entered, hold on, let's see. We entered here, and we're going to be closing here. We could recover from this. If you look at the big picture, you can easily recover from this. But who knows? Who knows if it will? All right. Oh, is this the news? Is this why we're going down? Patients on Lilly's Zepbound regain weight after stopping treatment. Study shown that patients who were obese without diabetes, experienced a 14% weight gain 52 weeks after switching to placebo. So basically, they're saying if you stop taking their weight or their diabetes weight loss drug, you start to gain weight again. Well, that kind of makes sense. If you're taking a drug and not changing your diet, and then you stop taking the drug and you start losing weight with the same diet, makes sense. I don't think that's why we're pummeling right now. That news came out 30 minutes ago, and we've been selling off we were already selling off before that news came out, so It's like, wow, that's some groundbreaking research. It's funny. I was watching this the other day. That trend line. Technically, we broke it. I mean, you don't really break a trend line until you get the close, but I don't like trend lines because they're so subjective. You can argue like, oh yeah, you have a trend line running right here. Oh, it broke out. But it's like, no, if you put the trend line like this, then technically it didn't break out. It's like, that's why I don't like trend lines. Way too subjective. The only like drawing thing I do look at are support and resistance, levels. Those are undeniably real. But even support and resistance can be finicky and throw you off and not even be worthwhile. Just depends. Some guys, what they'll do is they'll take a parallel channel and say, okay, like this is a zone that I want to look at. So they'll like measure this and then like put in a zone and say, okay, I'm only gonna buy when the trend reaches down here. You know, they use a channel as a trend line instead of just one line. They set up a zone. But many different ways you can skin the cat. What's up, AP? Just over here losing money today. No big deal. Just chilling. The stock market gives, but it also takes. And today it's taking. That's okay. Whenever you win, remember, whenever you win in the stock market, there's someone else losing. You know? There's got to be a loser for there to be a winner. So today, someone's taking my money. Someone out there. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab something to eat, just a quick snack. Alrighty. If you recall, I recommended swinging EL at the beginning of the month. I paper traded with it. And it's gone everywhere from negative 1K to up 105. Yep, that those are options. Sounds like you're in an option. Let's see. EL, I'm assuming you entered on the 30th. Up 5%, not bad. Am I looking at the right Estee Lauder? Okay. A nice trade. Oh, you went up big within a couple days. Did you enter this? I feel like you would make more than $105 if it went up this much that quickly. Which contract did you choose? And when did you enter? You only made $105 in this? I guess, well, how much are the options? Hold on. Let's see. You should go by percentage gain. So like what's your percentage gain on the option right now? Is it like 20%? Usually going by percentage is a lot easier to track. 12%, okay. I wonder if there was IV crush for it to do that. Let's see IV. Hopefully my computer doesn't crash. Thinkorswim does not like my computer. Quick study, all studies. I hate Thinkorswim charting, but this is how I can find my implied volatility. Where is it? Implied. There we go. So IV went up. Oh, you went with a 140? Hold on. 140. Well, right now it's at 41 delta. It's at 41 delta after moving up 5.78%. So that means that when you entered, this delta must have been lower. It must have been like 30 delta or something. Must have. So you made 12%? I would think that's 30. I'm assuming you bought the contract at like, I don't know, $300. Here, watch this. Let's see what you did. So you entered the 140 strike. All right, so you went really far out of the money in terms of delta. I'm assuming you bought around 225. Is that right? That's a 26 delta. That's like, I never go out this far. If you were buying on November 30th at the end of the day, you should have been buying closer to like the 50 delta right here. Me, I would have entered right here, the 130. I would have bought the 130. Okay, well, if it's paper money, good. That's actually really good. You still made money. I'm not saying that like this is horrible, but for next time, in this situation, I would have went with the 50. So like what I do is I go, okay, I want to pick the strike that's closest to 45, right? So 45 delta or 50 delta. So in this case, like we have two options that are around surrounding 45 delta. You got 37 delta and 50 delta. So do the math. 45 minus or 50 minus 45 is 5 delta. So this is 5 points above. And this one is what? 3 plus 5, 8. This is 8 points below 45. So I'd probably go with whatever's closest, whichever difference is smallest. So I'd go with the 50. Yeah, so this would be, so you'd be buying 130, you'd be buying just outside the money. Um so yeah, I would have went with the 130 strike. But good thing you paper traded it. I mean, even if it were real money, um you'd still make money. Uh but yeah, that's how I go about it. Um, Even if this were like 55 and this were still 37, I would probably go with the 55 because you also gotta remember when you go further out of the money, like you got to be careful because if you don't get that move, you're gonna lose. You're just gonna lose. So you need to play it safe. As far as we're only putting this trade on for 1 month. Well, that's what I only put it on for is 1 month. So I'm not looking for a huge move, right? I'm trying to stay within uh, a reasonable range of potential growth. So 50 delta for this would have been good. So kind of get a good idea of where you're at right now. I only have data up to the 11th or the 8th. So let's say you bought that for 560. Yeah, you would have been up 58%. I'm kind of surprised you're only up 12%. I don't, unless you bought it at a different time of the day or a different date. Maybe if you entered on the first, I could see if you're only up 12% after entering here. But yeah, but if you went with the 50 delta, okay, and you entered on the 30th of November, you would have been up 56% as of Friday. And then as of Monday, the 4th, you would have been up even more. Let's see Monday. Because this Estee Lauder got on a roll pretty quick. Yeah, you would have been up 141% within like 2 days of entering this option. So, but good thing you paper traded. It's good to learn. Good trade still. And listen, that was a great setup too. Um, great seasonality. So I think you executed the statistics well. You just need to enter the right contract. That's it. So you just got to fine tune, your option selection. That's it. And you just keep doing that each month. And you should see success unless the market overall doesn't do good. Listen, my strategy won't do well if the market's going down because we are putting on trades, putting on calls. We're going long. Well, you're doing better. You're doing better than me this month. you you think losing $1,000 is bad? How about losing $1,000 in one day? I think I lost more than 1,000 today. I'm down $1,800 today, down 52%. So that's how that's going. That's all right. Do you ever close your option early? Uh, Not usually. Although I may close it early this month. And when I say early for December, I mean like probably like the 26th or 27th. Reason is I want to close out my books. I don't want any trades open going into the new year, and that's just for tax purposes. Um, I don't want any unrealized gains rolling into January. So, and with options, at least with TD Ameritrade, when you close out a trade or when you enter or exit any trade for options, I think it's like T+2 settlement. So let's say I close out my option this month on the 29th, as I usually would any other month. The trade wouldn't actually settle in the books until like 2 business days later. So if I close on the 29th, technically January 1st is not a business day because it's New Year's, the stock market's closed. So then my trade would probably settle on the 3rd of January. So then that realized gain or loss would be picked up into the new year. And I don't want that. I want it picked up within this year. So I'm probably going to close out LLY by like the 26th or 27th. Just so I close out the trade and then it has like 2 or 3 full business days to settle in the books. So the answer to your question, um, that's the only time I really close early. All right, so now we're recovering a little bit, but finally some buy. Look at that, nice candle. See how fast things turn around? 7 points up in 5 minutes. The stock market is like one of the most irrational vehicles on an intraday, even a daily basis. It's just like, where the hell are we going, guys? It's just random. That's that whole random walk theory, you know. Prices are random, but over time we go up. You know. Yeah, I was discussing that a little bit earlier. Netflix is going to be my next trade, so give a little bit of freebie information here. You can see I was already doing some analysis on it. I was looking at support and resistance on Netflix at this 579 area. You could see I should really use like a box for this instead. Let's do this. I'll get rid of that too. You can see Netflix. Really, this box should be up a little bit more like that. See that? Had a couple rejections here, and I'm going to be entering this trade. Netflix is actually doing pretty well today. I'm going to be entering this trade. Well, because of the new tax year, I'm going to be entering on the morning of January 2nd. And then I'll be holding until January 31st. And as far as which contract I'll choose, I'd probably be selecting this one. Right, let's see. Gotta count the days off. 7, 14, 21. So I'd probably be entering this one right here. So 21 days, well 22 because New Year's, it's a holiday. So 7, 14, 21, 22. 67 minus 22 is 45. So yeah, 16th Feb, Netflix. These are expensive contracts too, actually. If I look at the 46. Alright, so not that bad. 2,500 bucks. But back to the charts. Um, Here's the wild card for January. I don't know if you noticed, but there's earnings for Netflix during January. There's actually earnings in every January going back many years, and that's probably why Netflix does well this month because good earnings usually come at this time of the year and it propels the stock. So I'll be entering this on 45 DTE, and hopefully the earnings are good and we make a lot of money. Yeah, yeah, I'm only. I mean, you can buy puts with my strategy, but you just do the inverse, right? You find stocks that don't do well. The only thing with puts, problem I have puts, or like I don't have a problem with puts, but they're more difficult to trade in my opinion because the market goes up over time. So just that alone, if the market trends upwards over time, you're better off just going with a long only strategy. And here's the other thing with puts, sell-offs are usually short-lived. Stock market is just slowly grinding up, and then you get big dumps really fast, and then it slowly grinds back up. So you're losing a lot of money to theta and time decay when you're in puts because and to slow grind ups because you're just sitting there waiting for it to drop really fast. Hopefully LLY can recover a little bit today. If LLY can bottom wick this thing, let's say back up to like this mid-range area of like 586, that's going to be really bullish. Is there a way to gauge sentiment around earnings? Past performance. I mean, earnings are always a wild card. No one can predict earnings. So there's a good possibility, maybe not a good possibility, but there is a chance where Netflix has horrible earnings and I lose money. But that's why the amount of money I risk in the trade is already predetermined. So I'm okay with losing the money that I risk. But there are estimates. Let's see. So they're looking at a lower earnings estimate. Last year they beat slightly, but we could be looking at a good earnings. Also, Netflix, you gotta remember Netflix did that whole password sharing thing. They got rid of the passwords, so their subscriber base increased. Netflix has actually been doing really well um, at a profitability level. Like they took a hit last year, and that's when the stock dumped like 50% in one day. I don't even know. It was a crazy number it dumped. I think that was around here, Q4 22, when their earnings, and then now you could see, look at their net margin income. It's been increasing. So, and that's ever since they did the whole password sharing thing. They got rid of password sharing. So now that their subscriber base has increased, so they've actually been making more money now, which is good. So, and in turn, that's why their stock has gone back up so much. So there's a good chance that we get good earnings and we break out and go above $500 into January. You got seasonality, good earnings, and uptrend. And that's just my take on it. And of course, I'm going to have a bullish take because I'm going long with my strategy. But, you know, someone can make a bearish case too and be valid. So never discount or you know, yeah, never discount the fact of someone else's opinion or like the opposite side of your opinion. Um as soon as you think you're the smartest guy in the room, you're in for a rude awakening. The market knows how to humble just about everyone in one way or another. It even humbles the geniuses, the quantitative guys. They can get burned pretty bad if they don't know what they're doing or if they don't take into an account a risk or something. So you hear about hedge funds and big funds that do well for many years, they blow up. Happens all the time. Market coming back to life here. These sell-offs, so like this has been happening with, I guess it could be happening with other stocks. I haven't really checked, but Eli Lilly like dumps in the morning and then it just recovers by end of day. It's literally happened. I mean, so far it hasn't happened today. We'll see. But you can see back here, like you went down. Well, I guess Friday actually was a pretty decent day for LOI, but Thursday, like you dump in the morning, recover. Wednesday, you dumped in the morning, you recovered. Tuesday, you dumped in the morning. Well, this wasn't really a dump, but you sold off, especially pre-market. Sold off, recovered. Sold off, recovered. And then Friday, I think Friday was the only day. This was the first day that I had my trade on. Friday was the only day that you opened in the morning and you went up, and then we then we sold off. So it's almost like selling off in the morning indicates that LOY is going to recover and go higher. Even back here Wednesday, dumped, recovered. And then like the last time we actually had a downtrending day and stayed down was Monday the 27th. But like look at this. You went up a little bit, then dumped, and then recovered. So are we recovering right now on LLY? Maybe. Who knows? This was a pretty deep sell-off though, so we may only, if we do recover, we may only come up halfway or so. But who knows? If I knew, I'd tell you guys, but unfortunately, I haven't gotten to that point in trading. I'm not that good. I'll let you know though. I'll let you know. I got a crystal ball shipping. I bought one. Oh man, it's almost time for lunch. I haven't had lunch since yesterday. Nice 15-minute candle. Good sustained volume. So if you guys don't know, volume, although it can be it can be hit or miss, just like any other indicator or metric. Volume is a good indicator. Like this big move up that we had in the past 15 minutes, it was backed up by, sustained volume, which means that, the people that bought into this, there were a lot of people buying in. The market moved this up efficiently. But when you have a move down, or any move, if you have a move with lower volume, that means that the move isn't as solidified in the markets. That doesn't mean that it's good or bad, because anything can happen in the markets at the end of the day, but having strong volume behind a move is it's a good thing. Whether you're going short or long. Um I've tried doing the whole VPA, volume price analysis thing. Um I've gotten it to work a little bit, especially on like the day trading level, but it can also be spotty, just like any other form of trading or method, strategy, whatever. I've always just found that finding a statistical edge on a higher time frame, on a monthly or daily time frame, is just better. It just makes for better trading, less stressful. I'm a numbers guy too. I love numbers. I love math. Um, so when I see something backed up by math and statistics, I get excited. And not just looking at something that's happening on a chart. This is just a fit. This is like just a chart like this. It's just a visual representation of price and time. That's all it is. Like there's other ways to interpret this data, and that's why I look at it in different forms. Um, done quite a bit of research. Excel. I've done a little bit of Python. Coding. Coding's hard. I think after I'm done with grad school, I'm gonna just kind of like teach myself coding. Just start like building projects and stuff. I think that would be like a really good skill set to acquire, um, especially in the finance accounting world. there's plenty of boot camps out there or just free resources that you can get just to learn. There's a MIT, I think it's MIT or Harvard, like computer science class lecture on YouTube for free. Like I think it's like a 3 hour, 4 hour long lecture or something, just for computer programming. So you don't need to go to college or pay crazy amounts of money to learn something as far as coding goes. Let's check up on our position here. 42%. Not a bad day. This all you got, stock market? That's it? That's all you got? You can do better than that. You call this a sell-off? This ain't a sell-off. This is peanuts. Look at the Dow. I haven't looked at the Dow in a while. Dow's pretty close to new highs as well. Yeah, this market is just primed and ready to go. It's just waiting on this economic data today and tomorrow and the next day. Whatever we get, that's it. I think it's off to the races for real. Back into a bull market. So, just a little bit of hesitation, that's all. I mean, everything's pointing up right now. How much did we recover so far on this move? We're at 1.5%. Wow. All right, so today's drop is really news related to Eli Lilly. It seems like. Um, I think this is not even a not a concern. I don't think this is a concern. I think this is gonna reverse and go higher within the month. If we're dropping this much because of this news today, we're gonna rebound. This is just a great buying opportunity. If you see stuff like this in the stock market, especially for a top stock like Eli Lilly, it's just a buying opportunity. one little news headline for one day ain't gonna put the company into the hole. And how much you want to bet these these weight weight loss pills? They're not even meant to be used for weight loss. They're really just diabetes treatments or prescriptions. Um, if Eli Lilly, if this is happening with their drug, I guarantee you it's going to be happening with the other, like Ozempic and other similar diabetes drugs. So let me just read this full article. Yeah, there's a good chance it's gonna bottom wick now. Now that I know that this drop is news related. I may leave the stream up for the full day here. Just hang out. Kind of having a slow day at work, so might as well use the opportunity to of no work to hang out with you guys and talk. Although I am gonna get food. I got some leftovers upstairs. Make that real quick and come back down. Just gonna be reading these articles just to see what everyone's saying. This is actually, if you think about this on the reverse side, like this last piece of information right here, the researchers concluded that in participants with obesity or overweight, withdrawing blah 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 led to substantial regain of lost weight, whereas continued treatment maintained and augmented initial weight reduction. So that means that if you keep buying the drug and giving Eli Lilly money, you won't put the weight back on. That's actually bullish. I think there's a silver lining in this whole news release. It's like, oh, yeah, you want to keep your weight off? Well, keep buying our drug. It's kind of like it's like big tobacco. It's like, oh, you want your nicotine fix? Well, keep buying our nicotine products. It's like, you know. So there is a silver lining to this news release. Like as a company, usually you want to focus on reoccurring customers, right? So like, I don't know. Like I could just use an example like big tobacco. It's like big tobacco, they make most of their money off of reoccurring customers. Yeah, they're trying to get new customers to start smoking, but most of their profits and revenue come from people who are addicted and want that particular brand of a cigarette or whatever nicotine product. Now the only thing is, are the other companies, other pharmaceuticals, are their weight loss drugs seeing the same type of result where if a patient stops taking it and after 6 months, 6 to 12 months, do they regain that weight? In my opinion, I think they do. I mean, I if you're using a drug to lose weight and then you stop using that drug, okay, you stop using the drug and you start regaining weight, well, that makes sense. So, I'm starting to think this is going to recover now after reading the full headlines and getting a full grasp of what happened. I think this reaction is kind of overblown. We'll see. We're trending up still right now, so if this were gonna be recover for the rest of the day, it would start right around here. So we'll see. We're down significantly on our position, 42%. I'm surprised by how the Qs are up 0.5% and all of big tech is down, besides like AMD and Netflix. Meta's down, Microsoft, like they're all down like over 1%. So there's a little bit of a deviation today in the markets. And the VIX is going up. Let's see the VIX. Is the VIX bottoming and looking to go higher again? Maybe. Maybe. It did make a new low recently. Local low. We'll see. Alrighty. All right, so we'll see if LOI rolls over here and continues going down. We will see. Very bearish day for LLY. Still here, guys. I'm just eating some lunch at my desk right now, so I'll be muted for a little bit. Don't need, you guys don't need to hear me gobble down food. All right, folks, we're back. Just had a little bit of spaghetti leftovers for lunch. Nice and full now. Topping it off with a small coffee, little afternoon pick me up, and we are just watching LOI on a 5 minute. And seems like we're trending back up here. Gonna have to give it time. So, if anyone's out there listening, what I'm looking for is LOI to recover at least like half of today's loss. So, probably look to see LOI get up to here, about this 585 area. And that's it. We'll see if we're gonna go down further today. Um, I think we're probably gonna come up to like this 582 to 585 area and then get slammed down, or just blast right through it and recover today. So, or at least get up to yesterday's lows, which would be around 585. So I think 585 is a safe target. But again, I don't we actually are at Thursday's low. So we could see this act as resistance potentially. So we'll see. Right now our position's down 38%. We'll update on that. That's it. We are sitting back. The 15-minute looks good. A lot of buying came in around 12 o'clock, so we got a 12 o'clock reversal. It's been about an hour since 12, so it's 108. We're still trending higher, so looking good. I mean, this isn't looking good, but it could be a lot worse. I think this sell-off was a little overblown with today's news. So, if anyone's wondering what's going on with LOY, this is going on, which I think is kind of BS. So if LOI, if Eli Lilly's diabetes drug that also helps people lose weight, if it's causing weight gain after the patient gets off of the drug, um, I'd assume that the rest of these weight loss drugs are gonna have the same effect. And here's the other thing. I think it was in another article I was reading. May have been this one. Yeah, the last paragraph of this article said researchers conclude that participants with obesity or are overweight what's a substantial regain of lost weight, whereas continued treatment maintained an augmented initial weight reduction. So basically, what this just says that if you keep taking and buying our drug, you'll keep your weight off. So yeah, I know it's bad news in the sense that people are regaining weight that they lost after take getting off the drug, but it's also a bullish thing because basically now you're gonna have forced reoccurring customers. It's like, oh, you want to stay thin, you want to stay, skinny, you got to keep taking our drug. So it's kind of a loss win loss type of situation, but yeah. So we're dealing with that right now. And I'm sure the other drug companies are gonna have the same studies come out. Oh, if you stop taking our drug, you're gonna regain your weight. Makes sense. I mean, if you're taking a drug to lose weight and you're eating the same amount of food every day, you're not changing your diet, okay, and you lose weight because you're taking a weight loss drug, and then you stop taking the drug because you lost all the weight you want to lose, and you start regaining the weight back, like duh. of course you're going to regain your weight. So, you know, I don't know why the stock sold off this much because of that news. It's really nothing groundbreaking. So it's no different than saying, "Oh, if you drink alcohol, you'll get drunk, and if you stop drinking alcohol, you won't get drunk." It's like, yeah, like thank you for pointing out the obvious. So I think this is just a great buying opportunity, especially if you want to hold this stock for a long time. We're right underneath all-time highs for LLY, so we'll see how the recovery is. It seems like the stock is trying to recover. Um, and yeah, that's all I have to say about LLY. But I think this news is a little short-term loss, and it'll just continue to push up. And just on Friday, LLY announced that they're increasing their dividends by 15%. So if LOY is doing that, that probably means they're doing all right on the financial front. So this news is kind of overblown. At least the reaction to the news is just not there. It doesn't add up. So, but it still sucks that we went down. I mean, I thought we were gonna go up higher today, but we didn't. But yeah, down 37% on my options contract, but we still have plenty of time for this thing to come back and make a profit. So I'll be closing the trade on. I'll probably close it on like 27th or 28th because I want to close out before the tax season, but still have time for this thing to go back up. That's about it. That's where we're sitting right now. We're just grinding higher. I've just been watching the 5 minute all day. Hearing a lot about well, a quick look at Twitter today. The news kind of seems a little bad. um, let me see something here. Looks like Zelensky got his money. And then I was just seeing that the US was hit by a cyber attack by China. Is this real? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised that they did that, but uh I mean that stuff's been going on for decades, I think. But a lot of news in the geopolitical world today. Uh supposedly they is this like just breaking? So this is a developing story right now. Breaking. This is an absolute massive Chinese cyber attack on the United States, and it's growing rapidly. Most experts are saying that they've never seen any attack of this magnitude. Um, wow, that's definitely not helping the markets today. People don't realize. I mean, I'm sure some people do, but we're like one major like they can believe me, these countries like China, they can do some crazy stuff with cyber attacks, and vice versa. The United States can do similar, if not worse, things to China in the cyberspace world. Um, but like an event like that can send the markets plunging. You know, like what if they clog up the exchanges somehow, or hit the servers on I don't know, brokerages or banks? Like they can lock up our system in a couple hours if they wanted to, and it would be pretty catastrophic. People don't realize that, like how dangerous things can get, how bad things can deteriorate. So, and like that's another reason why I just whenever I put on trades, like I just put on trades that I know that are probably going to work, but I'm not expecting them to work every time because anything can happen. No one knows what's going to happen in the next 30 seconds, in the next hour, in the next month. No one knows what's going to happen. And that's why risk management is so important. I don't care what kind of strategy you have. If you don't have proper risk management, you aren't going to last very long. So, a great example of this, well, I wouldn't say it's a great example, but an example is when I was in my Apple trade back in October. I was in the Apple trade. It was going well. I entered right here in I entered right here. Great entry. We went up. My option contract was up like 100%. And then guess what? On October 7th, over the weekend, Israel got attacked and a war started in the Middle East. And within a week the market dumped. And I'm not saying that this dump down for the rest of October was because of that, but I'm sure it had some effect. So, it's just a great example. Well, I don't like to say great example, but it's a solid example of, a world event like that can just throw your strategy out the window. Even if it's a fundamentally driven strategy, even if the company you're invested in is good. Um, it's just the nature of the beast. That's how it works. So, and it can go the other way too. You can have some news related move in the stock market that sends the markets up. Like let's say Ukraine and Russia make peace somehow in the next day. They say, all right, we're ending the war. We're done. We're not going to fight each other anymore. The markets would probably rally on that. Okay. Especially if that news came out during the market open. So, you know, news and events like that can shift narratives pretty quick. Um, yeah. So we're looking pretty good on LLY. We took quite a hit this morning, but we're trying to recover. Trying to recover. I think the hardest thing about well, the way I trade is sticking to your plan. Like my plan is to open at the beginning of the month and hold for 30 days. And a lot of people get quick on the trigger. They jump the trigger and they sell early, especially for a loss. Now, if you plan on putting on a trade and closing it out within, a certain amount of time, that's different. But if you planned on originally holding for 30 days and then all of a sudden you change your mind, well, usually it's because the amount of money you're risking is affecting your trading plan. Um, you should never let your risk dictate your plan. your plan should dictate your risk. That's just the way I think about it. And well, really, your risk should be developed. The amount you risk is by your back testing. Like I highly suggest people backtest and get Excel or Google Sheets and log your information in your backtesting results, and then apply an account balance to it and see what the performance is and see if it's worthwhile or not. I think that's one of the best ways you can try to find the edge in the market. And the backtesting results, and you take the backtesting results, put it into an Excel, and then you apply an account balance to those results and see how it performs over 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. You start to realize, you know, the amount of money you can make in the markets if you follow a plan and stay consistent. And I read somewhere that boring trading, mundane trading, is usually the best kind of trading. My trading's boring, and I think a lot of people who like to day trade and scalp will never take my plan into consideration until they actually see the results over time. And I think the only way you can see that is if you prove it to yourself by backtesting and doing your own analysis. But that's all I have to say about that. Take a look at what the Qs are doing. Qs are going up. Qs are actually going higher today. Really good day for the Qs. SPY as well. I'm surprised big tech isn't moving. The only one that's moving is AMD. All right, looks like we're heading back down. Another sell off. Getting another sell off right now. So we'll probably. I think we'll probably end up right here at like 580 to 575. I think this area right here is where we're going to land by the end of the day. Be right here. Right in this range. I think that's right where we're going to end up. So we'll probably come down and come back up. Rough day. Very rough day. Hey, Harold. Since this type of, don't mind my dog in the background, this type of trading is new to me, I think I would be comfortable asking or risking about 10% okay per trade during 2024 as a pro. Yeah, I mean, whatever. Of course, like if your account's smaller, if your account is smaller, you're gonna have a tougher time, risking less. I should have just rolled my AMD trade. Would have would have been up big on AMD this month if I went into AMD. And AMD typically does poor in December. 50%, not that great. Well, AMD or Eli Lilly's dumping again. Yeah, we're gonna head lower. So this thing is probably gonna hit. Let's see. We're gonna get shellacked today. Uh, well, maybe not yet. If this doesn't hold, which it probably won't, uh, we'll probably see a new low. Some heavy selling. Wake me up when December ends. Talk about a loss right here. 47.89% open P&L. Not too bad. I've seen worse. This is nothing. This move is nothing compared to, you know, other months, other stocks and other months. This is nothing. And I would say time is on my side, but we're almost halfway through the month of December already. So time is kind of not on my side. It's on neither side right now, so it is what it is. I could put up a meme line like this. See that? Did it break? Looks broken to me. Mm. You see how we're selling off here and the volume increased? That's a bad sign. Well, that's a bearish sign, I should say. So that those down moves are being driven by more volume, which is no good. But, all right, so it's 2 o'clock now. We got 2 hours until the close. All right, so if we're gonna see a recovery today, it's got to start happening by now. Yeah, it's got to start happening by now. And LLY likes to recover on dumps like this. Loves to recover. It did recover some, but still has a ways to go. What are bonds doing today? Yields are going up, which is bearish for stocks. Crypto's taking a shellacking today. Who put on this trade? Some guy in my stream. I forgot his name. TDM, that was his name. TDM put on a trade for this stock. Oof. It's not doing too well for him, although it's going. Yeah. Still got time. Let's see what Eli Lilly's doing. Nice big green candle, but not much volume behind that. So this can easily be pushed back down. We'll see. But we just gained 0.5% in like 2 minutes. See how fast the markets can change? It's like, it's just like so emotional. This is why I can't day trade. It's like, who would have thought this would happen? Like, nobody could predict this big move in 5 minutes. That's why I think a lot of the day trading stuff is BS. It's just random. This is a good move for 2 o'clock. This could be signaling a reversal going into the afternoon or into the evening. Next couple hours, we'll see where we land. I think we're gonna settle the day right around like the 580 area. Pretty much right where we topped out right here. I think we're gonna settle down somewhere in this 580 area. We'll see if I'm right. I'll leave this green line on there to see if I'm right, but I think we'll either settle down here, and if not, we'll break higher and recover maybe in like the 590s, 585, this area, maybe this area. But just being conservative, I think we're going to land right here by the end of the day. And if we're not going to land here, we'll probably go make new lows by the end of this trading session, but we'll see. We will see. Market volatility is going to start entering back in. So if we let's take Friday for example. Maybe Friday's not a great example. We could use like Thursday as an example. You could see like the volume trending down, trending down, trending down, trending down, right? Just keeps trending down, right? And then like 2 o'clock rolls around. By the time you're at like this time of the day, the volume starts to increase going into the evening. So knowing that, and that happens pretty much every single day. I mean, you can have blips here and there, especially if there's news, but right around like 2 o'clock is when the volume bottoms out and you start to see the volume pick up again. And it may be happening already, but that's a good indicator. And when you know that the volume's going to start going back up after 2 o'clock, watch the move. You got to watch where the market's moving after 2 o'clock, and that'll give you like right now it's moving up. It's moving up, so we could be looking at an end of day recovery for the next 2 hours. But I could be wrong. But that's what typically happens. It's just a tendency. It's not a certainty, right? So if I had to put a trade on right now, it would be to the upside. How much is it going to go up? I don't know. But more than likely, the sell off already occurred and we're recovering. Another thing I'm looking at are the index. So Dow Jones has been going up all day. So SPY, so is Q's, Russell. I think the Russell was actually down a little bit more, but it seems like it recovered. It's coming back up. So now what I'm looking out for is tech to start coming back to life, which it may be because see how these are all recovering right now. So Eli Lilly took a hit, but so did Nvidia, so did Apple, so did Amazon, so kind of Google, not Netflix. Tesla took a hit. A lot of tech. Microsoft took a hit. Um, so I think LLY, the reaction to the downside was a little overstated. Um, and just watching big tech recovering like this, it's a good indication that we're probably going to see the same thing here on LLY. So, like when I used to day trade, I would keep literally like four monitors up, or like three monitors with multiple charts. And I'd have Nvidia, I'd have Apple, I'd have Amazon, I'd have all the big tech names all up on my screens. And I could see what they're all doing at once. And when I would see something like this, like a V recovery, I'd be like, okay, I gotta like be on the lookout for calls, right? I'm not trying to short now because you want to go with the market momentum. Um, and same thing when we're going to the downside, right? Like LLY was sold off all morning, and guess what? So was Nvidia, and so was Apple, right? And so on. So we'll see if we break above this 580 area, a little bit of a psychological level. I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. Alrighty, back. Hey, Rule. LOI moving on positive comments. Whose comments are those? Mine? I think I'm the only guy on YouTube looking at LOI right now. uh, well, I don't know if you were listening before or if you were here before, but everything else is recovering right now. Like, Nvidia's recovering, Apple's recovering, trying to. Amazon recovered, although it had a pretty big sell off pre market. So everything's starting to recover a little bit. A couple of analysts. Well, is this what you're talking about? Why is this on here? You know what I do? Oh, why? Um. Well, LOI is fine. Like Eli Lilly's fine. This is just stupid news that came out. It knocked it down. Plus, the whole market was spilling over. So, oh look where it bounced right off the HMA. Would you look at that? Funny how that works. You can use the HMA, whole moving average. So like let's say it's going up, it's going up, it's going up, right? And as soon as the price touches the HMA here, you get in. Because you don't want to enter here because you could come back to, but the HMA acts as a it's almost like a Bollinger Band, but it's like a midpoint of the Bollinger Band. So like you push up, you wait for it to pull back to the HMA, then you enter. Uh, and of course, you can trade it so that as soon as it turns green, it curls up, then you enter. There's a few different ways you can trade it. I'm long on calls and stock. Same here. Same here. And if you have been long on calls and stocks, you've been doing pretty well. At least since November. So, and for the entire year. I mean, this is a great year for the stock market. I know there's been a lot of news and stuff going on, but look at the markets. 20% on the S&P year to date. I know we have a few weeks left, but that's good. That's twice the average performance by the S&P. The average performance I think of the S&P over like the past 100 years is like 10%, I think, on average. It's 20% this year. So but that's coming off the back of a negative 2022, right? The markets went down I think like 20%, 19% last year. So you usually get a good stock market rally after a negative year. Keep an eye on LOY. So I think LOY is going to sell right here by the end of the day, 580. I'm not looking for it to come all the way back up. The trading session ends right here at 1600. I think we're just going to chop for the rest of the day or maybe move up higher and then get slammed down before the close. Position is down 35%. Seen worse. So like technically right now the whole moving average turns green. So you would enter here. Or you either enter now or you wait for the price to come back and touch the moving average and then you enter on that. You enter on the pullback. But LLY financially, I don't think this news is a big deal. They just increased their dividend, and they're very profitable. So I'm not really concerned. Plus, I think the news, the CPI tomorrow, and the Fed decision on Wednesday is much more important. We got all that going on in the background too. Hey MTB, you're new and you want to know what's going on. Well, what's going on today is we're losing money. um, yeah. So right now I am in my Eli Lilly stock in my trade, and I am down 35%, or $1,086. That's okay. Still have a few more weeks until we wrap things up and move on to the next month. But today we had a pretty nasty sell off. I think we were down almost 5% at one point. Let me measure it. Now we're starting to bottom wick and recover into the afternoon, but we'll see how far that lasts, or see how long that lasts. Um, yeah, we were down 5.12% like this morning, and now we're only down 3%. And looking at the 5 minute, yeah, oh, huh, it's funny, it's reversing right where I drew this horizontal line. It looks like it's trying to recover. And the only reason why I think it's going to continue to recover is because tech is recovering. Everything took a hit today, except for AMD and except for the Qs and the SPY. Somehow all big tech is down and the Qs are up. So there's a little bit of deviation, quite a bit of deviation occurring in the markets right now. Usually, let's say like if Apple's down this much, the Qs are down too, but it's doing the opposite right now. There's a lot of money moving around because of this. We got CPI tomorrow. CPI at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then we got Fed interest rate decision on Wednesday. So back to back big economic data coming out. So the markets are, people are taking profits, repositioning, getting ready. So look at the bottom wick on Nvidia now. I was saying earlier today, like LOY, Nvidia, like when they were down here, I'm like, this is probably a good buying opportunity. Especially if you think CPI is going to be okay. If you're not really concerned about CPI or the interest rate Fed decision, if you think the markets are going to continue going up, then I think today would have been a good day to get in, take advantage of a little bit of a sell off. Always buy into weakness. That's what I look out for when I was entering LOY earlier this month on November 30th. I saw that it sold off from its highs. I want to buy into that weakness. I'd rather buy down here than buy up here, right? And it still went down further since I bought, but it is what it is. But I think if we get back up to 600, if we get back up to 600, which is only, I say only, but just only 3% above us, my position will be back to flat. And I would really like to see it get up to like 615, 620 by the end of the month, up here somewhere. That'd be nice. Which it could happen. So Time will tell, though. All right, getting a little bit of a flag here. This is a 3-minute HMA, which is a little bit less unreliable, but like, see where the price is right now? We're coming into the HMA. You would want to buy now if you think it's going to go higher. Now you buy into the weakness in an uptrend. That's the goal. But that I don't do day trading, so I don't like trading this type of time frame. I just look at it for fun and just to see what's going on throughout the day. Yeah, so MTB, if you don't know, if you haven't watched any of my videos, I'm a swing trader, solely swing trading. I don't do any day trading or scalping, and I also don't sell anything, and I show real profit and loss. Uh, Shockingly, that's a rarity in today's YouTube community. Being transparent, not selling anything, and showing profit and loss. Not many guys doing that. So they'd rather just show you that you can make $1,000 in an hour and oh, by the way, give me $2,500 for my course and you'll become a millionaire. You know, none of that type of shenanigan type of stuff going on here. So. And why I do this YouTube stuff, I just do it for fun. Just a hobby. Man, AMD. Yeah, so MTB, if you look at my videos, my previous videos, you'll see that I took my AMD trade. I bought this on October 31st and sold on November 30th, making a, let's see, 23% gain on the underlying, which is a 270% gain on a call option. What's your current trade? How do you plan to enter? Okay, we'll go through that really quick. So right now I'm in LOY, Eli Lilly. It's a top 10 stock on the S&P. It historically does well in the month of December, going up about 70% of the time in the month of December. I enter on the last day of November and exit on the last day of December. So I'm holding this trade for the entire month of December. I enter at the 45 DTE or higher. So in this case, when I entered this trade, I think this was at 50 DTE. Okay, and then I enter at the 45 delta, or whichever strike is closest to 45 delta. Okay, which is pretty much at the money. I buy like at the money. And yeah, and then I hold it for 30 days. And whatever the result is, that's the result. You know, if I make money, I close the trade out and move on to the next month. If I lose money, oh well. The amount of money I put into the trade is what I'm willing to risk and lose. Yeah, so the trading plan is pretty simple. Some people in here, they take profits early, which I have, you know, that's no problem. If you want to take profits, do it. You know, if you want to put your own twist to it, that's fine. The way I do it is I just put on the trade and let it ride for the entire month. Do you know why LOY dropped by 30 points earlier today? I do know why. First of all, the entire market dumped this morning. So that's one. That's reason number one. Reason number two is if we come into the news here, this happened. Maybe this article. LOY stock falls on data that shows patients who stopped this drug, which is a weight loss drug, diabetes drug, regained weight. And the funny thing is at the end here, was it this article? Maybe it was a different article. Funny thing is, they said that pretty much the study said that if people stop taking the drug, they start to regain the weight, which is like, duh. Like, yeah, that's gonna happen. Like, if I stop drinking alcohol, I'm not gonna get drunk. It's a drug. So the stock dumped on that news too, but it's recovering right now. Um, so yeah, so that kind of sucked, but it is what it is. And the funny thing is, on Friday, Eli Lilly announced that they're increasing their dividend by 15%. So obviously, they're not financially getting hit by this. And I guarantee you, the competitors who also make diabetes weight loss drugs, they're gonna have the same results in their studies. I mean, if you're gonna take a drug to lose weight and you lose weight, but you don't change your actual diet, of course you're gonna gain back the weight. Like my dog could have told you that. So I digress. Yeah, I think this is a great buying opportunity, in my opinion. And of course, I'm biased because I'm holding a call. But I think there was a silver lining in the article that they released today, or the study that they released. And by the way, the study was done by LLY, or Eli Lilly, so it's not like this was brought up by, some investigation lab or something, some scientist. So yeah, hopefully we can recover some of our losses from today. Only down 33% now. Yeah, I mean, look at the bottom wick already. Look at that. We're already recovering. I think if we stay above 580, we'll be in good shape. We'll be in good shape. I can just draw a zone. Let me get rid of some of these indicators so it's not as crowded. Every time. I'm sorry, guys. I'm digesting a little bit. I just had a lunch. I had a big lunch, actually, so I keep getting hiccups and stuff. But if I just draw a zone into this area right here, every time we come down into here, we pop out. Except for here, I mean, we can drill through it. I'm not saying that this is like concrete, support, but and even back here, when we bottom wick into this area, we don't spend much time down here. So, and this is how support and resistance traders trade. They look for areas where you get a bunch of top wicks and a bunch of bottom wicks and reversal areas, and they trade based off of that. Same idea here, right? We come into the zone or below, it tends to be a good buying opportunity. The market's always reverting back to the mean. Typically, like 99% of the time, the market is reverting back to the mean, its average. So that's what it's doing right now. Right now, this bottom wick and Eli Lilly moving back up, it's reverting back to its mean price. That's all it's doing right now, and that's what the rest of the market's doing right now, except for AMD. AMD's on like a freaking rocket ship. It just made a new local high, but like right now, Nvidia's doing the same thing. It got drilled down and it's reverting back to the mean. It's going back up. Apple, Amazon already. Amazon fell really fast this morning and just took it all back up. Netflix is cooling off. Netflix was the only one that was rallying. Netflix and AMD were strong all day today. Those were the only two. Birkenstock, although no one really cares about the stock. But we'll see how far up this can recover today. I would like it to recover all the way. But on top of this, right now, you have CPI print tomorrow, and then on Wednesday you have the Fed decision for the interest rates. So and I have the economic calendar right here. So we got two main events tomorrow and on Wednesday. So that also is having an effect on the market. So you have a lot of profit taking going on. People are repositioning. Someone's buying a bunch of AMD today. And if you're buying this much AMD, and this is considered a more risky trade, believe it or not. Um, so someone's putting on a lot of money into this trade before CPI prints and before the Fed makes their interest rate decision. That's a key indicator that we may have a decent week. By this Thursday or Friday, we may be up. So that's why I'm not losing hope in this trade. there's a bunch of moving parts right now. But I've been watching the markets long enough where I've seen days like today where you're down 3, 4, 5% on a certain stock, and by the close, you're flat, like it's 0%, or you're up on the day. I've seen some wild stuff. And it usually happens around these times, around CPI, around the interest rate decision. So it's volatility. That's all it is. It's just volatility. And volatility can help you a bunch and it can hurt you a bunch. It's a double edged sword. Get rid of this. Keep this line. We'll make it yellow. So you see what I mean with the HMA turns green, it comes back. It didn't touch, but you get close to it. It tends to be a good buying opportunity. Same thing here. You come up, you come back into the HMA, you buy, ride it out. But I think the whole moving average is one of the best moving averages to use. I do look at the 9 EMA. Price does tend to respect the 9 EMA. But see how the 9 EMA does this. Watch. I'll take off the HMA for a moment, but if it's coming down, it acts as resistance. Then it acts as support. Right? Doesn't mean it's going to respect it all the time. See, it broke here and it broke here again. But I like the HMA more. I think it's just a better moving average. But there's no best indicator. And I don't use indicators as a. If you've been following me for a while, indicators aren't my main uh, metric that I use to enter and exit trades. It's just a tool that I apply and take it with a very, very big grain of salt. A block of salt, actually. Not even a grain. Move my microphone over here. Moving back up. You can see on the 15 minute. The 15 minute's good for the whole moving average too. Come up, it turns green. You come back down, you buy. Boom. Same thing here. You come up, come back down, you buy. Boom. Rinse and repeat. It goes up, turns green. Come back to it, buy. Go up further. Same thing here. It turns green. You come up, you wick down to it, you buy. So it's a good way to find the midpoint in price and use it as a an area that could present a buying opportunity. Not financial advice. I'm just surprised by how far up the queues are, and big tech is like just sitting right here. It's a little surprising. Huge divergence today. If you guys could leave a like on the video, see if we can get a few more participants in here into the market close. We're approaching the final hour of trade. Been streaming all day today since like, I don't know, 9:40. I got on like a few minutes after the market opened. So I just like made a decision like halfway throughout the day. I'm like, I'll just stay on for the rest of the day. So I think we've been up for almost 5 hours now. Not too bad. Anyone else in any particular trades today? I know a couple of us are in LLY. Someone else was in Estee Lauder. Somehow they were only up like $100 on their position, even though it went up like 50%. But they must have selected some option, different fill. I don't know. I'll get some. Music shouldn't be too loud. Lower it down a little bit more. There we go. Make sure this is up all the way. I don't want to blast out your guys' speakers with crazy music. Alright. What are we looking at here? Is this going to move higher? So what do you guys think? Should I put up a poll? I mean, we don't have many people in here to put up a poll, but I guess I could try. I've never done a poll before. Start a poll. LLY up or down? Close. There you go. Do you guys think it's gonna go above, stay above 580, basically? We'll see. I think there's a good shot of it happening if tech continues to roll higher, which it's kind of taking a break right now. I don't like this music. There we go. Nvidia looks like it's going to roll over. Apple looks okay. Amazon kind of recovered already, but it is moving lower. Google's kind of just chopping. Netflix keeps getting hammered now, although it went up a bunch. It's reverting back. Tesla looks like it's trying to go higher, but it's also coming back down. Microsoft, pretty much flat. Meta is recovering pretty nicely. And not really don't care about. So we'll see. We may roll over here. We might get like a little sell off until 315, 330, and then move up again. We'll see. Down 32%. Oh man. Yeah, this looks like it's gonna roll over. Probably gonna roll over for a little bit. Probably for the next 45 minutes or so, next hour. So we may be selling into the close, guys. We made a little bit of a newer high, but then kind of like settled out there, and that's it. I think that's all we're getting for today. We'll see what tomorrow brings. I'd really like to see this settle, this price settle above 580. This is starting to play out exactly like I said like 2 hours earlier. I put this horizontal line here like, I don't know, an hour ago. I think we're gonna close right here. We'll see if we get a bounce off the 15-minute on the HMA. We'll see. If it doesn't hold this, then it's game over for the day. It's over. So you guys see, I was talking about the volume before. How throughout the day, volume is decreasing, decreasing, and then by time 2 o'clock rolls around, the volume starts to increase again. Well, look what happened. Right, volume's coming down, coming down, coming down, and look what happens. It's starting to go back up. And then what will happen is into this hour, going into 3 o'clock, it'll spike up just like you see here. Just like you see here. Same thing every time. So once that big volume starts to come in, especially into the last hour right now, get a good idea of which way this wants to go. Down 34%. I'll reduce my screen a little bit so you can see my position below. Look at the 1 minute. This is the 1 minute chart, a real man's time frame. Is this a flag? Are we moving higher here? This 580, this 580 is looking like support now. Resistance, resistance, broke through, support. Maybe. We'll see. HMA's curling red, which usually means we're going to get a sell-off here. Most of the time when that, whichever way this HMA's colored, that's usually the way it's going to go. It's correct most of the time. So it just turned back green now. So we may be getting support moving higher, but we'll see. Still got an hour and 4 minutes left. Big response. Bottom wick, then I don't even know what this is called. It's just like an indecision candle with high volume, and then this response. So something's happening right now. We're getting a little bit of getting more of a solid movement in one direction finally. Looks like this may go on to recover to like 585. If we are going to go higher, I think we're going to settle here. But I'm sticking to my 580. See what the other guys are doing. Nvidia coming down. Apple's trying to move higher. Amazon may be crawling back up. Google's looking to go back up. Netflix still just going down. Tesla had a little bit of a move down, but now it's I'd still say that's going down. And Microsoft's flat. Meta's moving up. Looks like we just had a little move higher. This looks like it's flagging. That was it, yeah. Take a look at the Qs. Get rid of this box. Qs, I'm seeing a bottom wick on this candle right now. Red HMA, resistance. Qs may be moving down. Same thing with the S&P. The Dow looks like it's trying to curl back up. Nice move on LLY now. Nice 2-point candle. 0.34% on 5 minute. You guys gotta remember, like one 5-minute candle can change the entire course of a day, right? So, you never. And that's why I hold trades for 30 days, because one or 2 days out of the entire month can make your position go from a loss to a gain, or make your position go from, let's say a 25% gain to a 200% gain in a couple days. That's why I hold. There's more risk in taking off the position than just leaving it on and let it do its thing. Time is like the greatest tool you have in trading, in my opinion. Moving up higher here. I have to go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. All right, back here. Nice close on that 5 minute. Looks good. Let's see what we got. All right, only down 2.5% now. 29% down. Trying to go towards that 585 area. It looks like that's our next point of attack. Let's see what else is going on here. All tech is moving down still. Google's moving up. Down. Tesla's trying to move back up. Microsoft's still flat. Down. Alright. Still moving up. HMA stayed green. Good sign. See how the volume's starting to increase now? Right, getting into that 3 o'clock time. Volume's increasing. Price is going up. That means that the big volume wants this to go higher. That's what this is telling me right now. More volume, higher price. And if this were going down while volume was going up, that means that, you know, the big money wants this to go down. Right now they want it to go up. At least for today. All right, moving up. Almost at 585 now. Is December not good for Nvidia? I don't. Yeah, I don't think it is. I don't think Nvidia does too well in December most of the time. Volume keeps increasing. It's a good sign. Volume's increasing and price is drifting upwards. That's very good. I think a great way to learn how to day trade, like day trade well, is just by watching the charts and not even trading, just watching what they do every single day. Like, don't even put on a trade, just watch them and just see patterns. Probably a really good way to learn. Instead of worrying about like when you want to enter or exit, just watch it and just kind of predict in your own head what's going to happen. LL, why don't you go higher? Here we go. See how we sold off a little bit on this 5 minute candle? Lower volume. Let's see if higher volume comes in on the buy side. It's only almost 320. Ugh. Ugh. There we go. Now we're getting a little bit of move. All right. See how the volume's ticking up just a little bit, and we're moving down. Sellers might be taking control of this now. See what happens on this next candle. Below the HMA may start to curl red. Getting a response to the upside now. So right at the HMA, if we can get back above this, we may break 585 shortly. And if we get above that, then I'd say the next stop will be what the hell is going on? Next stop will be like, really? This doesn't work? Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button. Alt H. I think like right here, 588. Trying to move higher here, guys. LOI is not quite a V-shaped recovery, but it's trying. Although the market's closing soon, so this isn't going to be a V-shaped recovery. It'll be more of an L-shaped recovery. But I'll take it. This could be a lot worse. So only down 26% on my position. Not horrible. Check the daily. So now we're almost above 585 on the daily. So the daily's looking good. Look at that bottom wick. Whew. Wow. That's a big bottom wick right there. And I think that wick is becoming bigger because we keep going up here. All right, getting down to the final minutes of the day here. See how everything else is doing right now. Nvidia coming down. Apple going up. Good. I want to see Apple going up. Amazon going down. Google still going up. Good. Netflix going down. Tesla going up. Good. Microsoft is trying to break higher. Meta is chopping. So not too bad for LLY. I want to see this candle get above 585 like right now. I want to see us hit 585 before 3:30. Oh, get knocked down. All right, so we're only down 27.5% now. Earlier today, we were down 50% on our position, so I'd say that's an improvement. We're getting there. We're slowly getting there, guys. It may take a few more weeks, but we'll get back up, I think. Come on, LLY. Oh man. Is AMD trying to push higher again? Wow. This stock has just been moving. My entry was like spot on. Literally nailed the bottom. See how Merck's been doing. Oh, took a little hit. Yeah, so this is coming back down. May come back down to 580. Retest 580. Yep, this may sell off for the rest of the day. That's it. That's all she wrote. High volume coming back in to the downside. Nice bottom wick on the daily though. All right, coming into the final 20 minutes of the day. So, down about 2.5%. Listen, not a bad day, but not a great day either. I'm glad that we recovered about half of this candle. So, came back up. I'm going to get rid of these, I'll keep the 580 level. But my goal for today was to see Eli Lilly stay above 580, which it has, which is a good sign. If we could stay above this 580 area, we keep bottom wicking, staying above, closing above 580. I think we have a good shot of, you know, getting at least some bullish action towards the end of this month. Look at this high volume on this green candle. So the buyers are still in control. This higher volume with a green close tells me that the buyers are still in control right now. So this thing's probably going to move up a little bit more. Remember, we're getting into the final 20 minutes, so the volume from here on is much higher. So you're going to see bigger moves in price. And that's pretty much what we have been seeing since about 2 o'clock, right? Let's check out the other guys. Qs are trying to curl back up. So the Qs had a little bit of sell off, moving back up. Same thing with the SPY. SPY is trying to make a new high a day. So we might get like a little 20-minute rally here. Maybe happening. We'll check AMD. We're not gonna really look at AMD because it's already up 4% today. Nvidia, I wish were going up higher right now, but it's not. Apple's trying. That's good. Amazon making a little turnaround now. Good. Google definitely moved higher since I last looked at it. That's very good. Netflix keeps selling off, but Netflix is already up on the day. Tesla's kind of chopping, just oscillating up and down. Microsoft, again, kind of flat, but drifting up. And Meta, again, same thing as pretty much Tesla. Tesla Meta look the same. And our stock, LLY, is trending up. So, very good. Moving up. Moving up. I'd rather see a sell-off take place, before 3:30 and green action into the close. So that's what we may be getting right now. Higher volume coming in. Volume's increasing fast now. Here we go. See if we get a breakout to the upside. Big volume here. See if we hit 585. I want to see it get up to there. There we go. See if we can get above the HMA, close above that, and push even higher. Watching that 585 level. That would put us in a good position for tomorrow. The higher we go now, the better odds we have for the rest of the week. So just watching the end of day response, because that really tells me where the risk is being put in and where it's being taken off. And right now, risk is being put back onto LLY in the end of the day here. So not a bad sign, especially with CPI. Remember, a lot of traders right now are being a little hesitant where they're putting their money, because tomorrow 8:30 pre-market we're gonna get some data that comes out that's gonna throw the futures around a little bit. So where the money's being put in right now kind of gives you a good idea of where they feel comfortable. Right now, Eli Lilly continues to drift up, so there's a little bit of comfortability going into this trade. End of day. Just want to see it get above 585. Big volume here. Big volume. Ooh, we're top wicking a little bit. Ooh, that's not good. Let's see. I have some resistance right here. I think we're up against some resistance, so 10 minutes left. Into the final minutes. The dirty 30 and the terrible 10s. Ooh. Yep. I think that was it. Let's see. I get a response here. Come on, baby. Give me 585. 585 would be nice. Probably not going to get it. Top book with high volume. It's not good. Down 29.31% on my call options contract. Lost $1,000 today. Getting a little bottom wick. Halfway through the candle. Alright, so top wick and a bottom wick. See how this candle closes. Could get a push up here. Staying patient. Ooh, push down. Alright, that's it, folks. I don't think we're going to get 585. I think we're just going to settle down right where we're at. They're pinning this right to 583. Not a point higher, not a point lower. It's where they want it. Let's look at it on a daily. All right, so the daily doesn't look horrible. We don't look too bad. All right, last 5 minute candle of the day, boys. Let's see where this goes. It won't matter in the long run. It's trying to push up. All right, gonna push to the upside here. Let's see. Ready to close out the day. Been streaming for 6 hours and 10 minutes. Maybe a little bit longer. Yep, 6 hours and 10 minutes. So maybe we'll get 585 by the time we close. I thought we were gonna settle below, but we might go a couple points higher. So let's see. Volume's pouring in. So this is a good sign. Believe it or not, even though we're down 2.28% today, we recovered like half our losses, which is a good thing. More than half our losses. So that, and this is going into CPI tomorrow morning. So that tells you something. That tells you that there are people out there, traders out there willing to put on risk going into overnight. And the same thing goes for Nvidia, Apple, Amazon, because everything spilled over this morning. And now we recovered. Well, we didn't fully recover, but we clawed back half our gains. And it looks like we're about to touch 585 in a couple seconds here. See if we get it. All right. So we're above 585. I'll see if we close above it. We got a minute left. And again, push back down. All right. That's it. Pack it up. It's over. Alrighty, folks. End of the day at 584.14, down 2.33% on Eli Lilly. So let's look at the daily. Markets are closed. Not too worried about the post-market trading, but that's it. So we bottom wicked this pretty hard. I was hoping for this to happen, which it did. So I'm kind of happy right now. We bottom wicked and went up 3%. So that's good. Believe it or not, that's good. Even though it was a bad day, still, this is good. What this tells me is there's a lot of buyers below 580. A lot of buyers coming in. So hopefully that's the only amount of selling we get for the rest of the month. Uh, Again, it depends on what happens tomorrow. Right now, my position is at negative 28% or 2799%. Yeah, and tomorrow we have CPI at 8:30 a.m. bright and early, and we'll see what happens. We'll have a good idea by the time the numbers come out at 8:30. We'll see where the futures go. Nasdaq, Dow, S&P. I'll be watching these guys in the morning. YM1, ES, YM, ES, and NQ. I'll be watching that in the morning. See where we go. And yeah, hopefully we don't get a crazy CPI print. And also Wednesday, we get, you know, good communication from the Fed on Wednesday. That's it. They're on. It's all in the market's hands now. So, but only down 28%. We were down about this much last week. So pretty much we're just bouncing between like negative 30% and 0% gain. Bouncing up and down. Hopefully we get a breakout to the upside eventually. I thought we were going to go higher today, but we didn't. Some news came out on LLY, slammed the stock down a little bit. But we recovered about 3% of that loss. Nice big bottom wick. I don't think we've had a bottom wick like this in a while. After a red day like this. So we'll see. A lot of volume too. This is a big volume. A lot of volume today. So this could be a signal of a bottom. Believe it or not, high volume signals tops and bottoms. We've been consolidating for a while, drifting down. High volume kicked in. That could be the signal of a bottom here. But we'll see how tomorrow pans out. I think a lot of things are still up in the air for tomorrow's CPI print and Wednesday for interest rate decision. That's about it. I'm glad that it wasn't as bad as this morning. So thanks for sticking around, folks. I know a few of you were sticking around all day. Yeah, hopefully I could stream tomorrow. I don't think I will be. I don't think I'll be able to make it. So, but maybe I could stream on Wednesday for the interest rate decision. That should be a little bit of a event to watch. So, again, thank you for hanging out all day. Hope you got some good tips and info and insight as to what I look for throughout the day. And yeah, other than that, I'll catch you guys on the flip side. Hope you'll have a nice day. Thank you for watching. Give me your time. Peace.